Okay. What's going on there? Forget even what I changed. What are these things at the top? Anyway. I gotta fix these. Let me do the grunt work. Just re-delete these things that we did. Okay, great. Now what? Now what? I kind of want to look at this paint panel. Well, let me make sure nothing. So I thought I had clicked start streaming and I hadn't. So I did a bunch of stuff to make better checkbox buttons. And so they're very nice now. This panel is hella ugly on the other hand. And I'm not sure why. I resent how ugly this is. I don't like what people have done to my panels. Oh, but I got to fix this over here. Let's just double check some of these things that are not really themed very well yet. And then maybe we'll go through and theme them. Okay, let me start with this. That's world panel. This is not the mode modifier buttons, this is text buttons. Button theme. Maybe it's the draw big text button. Did I change that this morning? We just call this thing the font is not set. Where is that defined? It's probably next to that. Maybe it's editor body font. I don't remember what these, let me see what these buttons look like on my laptop. I know that they're bigger, this text over here. I do not know if it's in a different font. Just taking a while to run. All right. Gosh. Let me recompile. Oh no, I need to revert because I was editing here and have unsaved things. Actually, let me just run the executable. It's already compiled for release build. That is surely fine. Okay, yeah, no, it is the same font. It is just on a different size. So it's probably like this one. Panel theme dot button theme dot font equals something like that. Is that what I should do? No. Okay. Didn't matter. Let's, either I pick the wrong font or this doesn't work. Let's just do this. May not work now. Okay, it works. It's just small. Oh, because this isn't a font at a particular, what? So we get why it's so small. I'm suspicious all of a sudden. I am suspicious. Like, is nobody using? Like, how is this coming out little? Wait, the editor title font is the one being used in title bars. Are these somehow... Wait. Did I just change that back? I think I did. Okay, hold on. Editor, big italics font. Let's just see that. Yeah, it's... Like, I think this is the same as this. Why is the text coming out smaller? WTF. I think we're somehow calling into the new UI thing in a way that saves the thing. All right. I'm going to... Sorry, guys. I'm going to hide all the irrelevant questions from chat because you guys are just distracting. Sorry. Ask better questions if you want me not to do that. Wait, I can't even... It didn't have a minimize. There we go. Bye, guys. Okay. I guess I'm just going to step through it. This is really weird to me. This is the kind of thing where you could step through it and not even see the problem. Does anyone overset it? No. So this is big italics font also, and this is being used for the thing at the top. So like, dude, okay, this is going to piss me off. If this is being scaled by some other piece of the UI code, which I sure hope it isn't, but if it is, because this is supposed to be the same size as that, if it is, that shows a woeful misunderstanding of text rendering on the part of somebody, because you're not supposed to do that because it'll alias and look bad. On 4K, it's maybe not that bad, but you're not supposed to do that. That's just not how it works. Could just be a bug. I don't know, but... oh, it could be that we're not flushing something at the right time and like getting the wrong transform. Dude, I don't know. I really don't know. If that were the case, though, I would expect the buttons to be the wrong size. They are not. What is happening? Wait, what is this selector panel theme? Hold on. We're not using the... oh no, the selector is the... okay, yeah, that's the top thing. Okay, anyway, we come down here, we do the save button, we do the close button, we do the load button, etc. So we're passing button theme into these. Let's double check button theme. Button theme. There's a copy of panel theme.button theme, which is fine. Totally fine. I mean, I guess I'm just going to step through this. I don't really see what could have happened. I just don't understand why it got small. This is really confusing. There shouldn't be a way for it to get small. This is such a dumb problem. All right, let's go back. We'll save the file. Let's just see what the state is with the saved file. I don't know what I just changed. I'm gonna go take a look at it. Okay, so we're using ostensibly the same font as that. It is coming out much smaller, perhaps exactly half the size, perhaps not. Why? Why? Houseway. Let's do a LVM debug info just in case. I wish I'd never installed this Nsight crap. Boy, that sure is going fast. Okay. So, draw world panel. Editor, world panel. Okay, so we're here. We're going to go down to the buttons where we draw. Okay, so font locally to this procedure is editor, big, italics font. These should be the same. They are. Now, the button theme should also have the same font. Not button font, button theme. Should have the same font. It does. Wait, no, it doesn't. It's a different size. Wait, what? Are we? Oh, does editor big italics font get resized? It gets. Okay. Okay, guys. Problem solved. I'm not sure what to do about this. Okay. The deal is these fonts get dynamically resized each frame based on the render target size. Because you want that to draw them correctly. I am initializing the font at editor startup, which is apparently initialized for the wrong render target size initially. which is another, that's a kind of a flailing that games sometimes do. And it's bad, but we can clean that up later. It's not that important relative to other things. So the problem is, so I can fix this simply by like that font is getting assigned every frame. So I could say, for example, instead of doing this on init, I could do it in draw 2D stuff. And now it'll be the same size. It's way too big, but that's good because we're solving our problem. Okay, so instead of editor big italics font, we want it to be editor body font probably. Okay, problem solved for the moment. The thing is, the only reason this is sort of working generally is that we are ignoring this font when we look at the themes for all the little widgets. There we go, that's better. We're ignoring the font. So once we stop ignoring the font, all this is going to go crazy. So I'm just going to have to remember that that was a problem. Much better though, much better. So yeah, it was, like I said, it was this font, but with the characters being drawn at the wrong size. But the reason that was happening was because of the render target situation. Honestly, it actually looks kind of jacked right now too. It looks like it's not being drawn at exactly the right size. I don't know. I can look into that some other time. It's photoshopped, I can tell from the pixels. Okay. I want to do something about this paint panel. Airburst, are you kidding me? Airburst. All right. This, I'm also worried about this paint panel because what are these? Are these displaying some status? These are buttons that are grayed out, and I'm not sure. Oh, maybe we have to be vertex painting a thing. Oh, you have to have something selected. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Let's attack the paint panel for a minute. I'm not going to worry about the. Actually, let's make the default. Let's make the default checkbox just a little bit dimmer, even. Oh, it's here. Panel default checkbox. Yeah. Let's just do 6 5s here. 6 2, 6 2, 6 2. Great. Let's do it. Like we were tuning this before for that one panel, but these are now the defaults for everywhere. Okay, so we have a big difference here. Brush options. Okay, let's start looking at what are the worst things about what we see here. These buttons are pretty terrible. The reason they're not better is probably that we don't really know how big to make them, except for whatever the previous frame said. Although it works fine on these. So maybe these just didn't. Let's just start fixing this. So for the swap colors and resets colors, oh, those are just defined by how wide the frickin' thing is. Like, the fact that these are this wide is determining the width of the button or the panel, I think. Ugh. So like on these guys down here, we're sort of determining the width by, you know, these thingers. Like the width is predefined and the height is sort of, I don't know. There's some like aliasing pixel that is controlling the minimum luminance here. Anyway. Like, let's just get, okay, simple things one at a time. Airbrush. That's airbrush. We're not really punctuating these. And let's put a separator there. Simple, simple. Okay, good. Better, 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 better. We honestly could use another separator, but I kind of maybe want, so, you know, when we make, where was it? Like the view panel, I made some color combos, right? Here, it would be nice to like reuse those color combos here in some way to just help visually break up the sections, right? It's like, you know, these don't really have anything to do with what was above them or what was below them. And in some older widget styles, you would like totally change the color of the background. That's not that bad of an idea, honestly, but we're not really doing that right now. Yeah. So I could, when I make these, I could just have like a global version of these that you could just copy from and use. And we could do that here. We could go like this one for here, and then this one for display options. And then this is redundant. This should just say color and alpha, because display options, display color, display alpha. It's just, now I don't know what, yeah. Let's just do this. Color, alpha. Great. We are gonna make two themes We're going to make a theme A and a theme B. So now these guys, airbrush, etc., are going to be theme A. And those other ones are going to be theme B. Okay. What are theme A and theme B? Well, they're going to be these things. What are those things? Well, they're these things that we're using on the view panel. All right, and then editor checkbox theme B. All right. So now we want to init these. Editor. Yeah, let's just do it here. Let's paste this code down here so we don't lose it. That's theme A, theme B. This is bothering me. Okay, great. Init reusable themes. These are just some color themes we made up that the various panels can use for variety, but also consistency with each other, period. Except that idea might not totally make sense, because if we end up giving the panels different background colors, I don't know. But anyway. So we're going to say theme A is default checkbox theme. And then theme B, and we're just going to do this. Okay, that inits reusable themes. Well, when does that happen? Good question. Do we have some other init functions? Init editor. There we go. Oh yeah, we're initting all kinds of stuff. Init reusable themes. Bam, great. Actually, we should do that before all the panels, because like maybe somebody will copy one. I don't know. All right, so great. Now our panel actually is more colorful. And has more separation of things. Okay. We have some other problems. For sure. Like, the code that was being run was trying to be like, we don't know any dimension of anything. And I don't really think that makes sense. So what we could do is we could say that the width of this panel is sort of defined by these two buttons. We take the whatever is the longest text. We get the width of that at whatever the font is. We add a little bit of padding because this looks crappy because there's no padding. And then we say that the panel is that wide. And then these could be like, okay, 1/4 size each. Of course, assuming that they fit, but it is what it is. Is that the strategy that I should do? Or is there a better one? You'd like to see checkboxes and radio buttons look different. They do look different. What are you talking about? God, why did I go back to read chat? Oh my gosh. Wait, did I just click something? What happened? Why did I change the sun? I must have accidentally dragged that real fast. All right. These are all checked, but there's no radio buttons here. They're here. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Kind of need to figure out that scissoring issue. But it looks like the scissoring is only broken for that one button. So it's like this is scissoring. I don't know. Okay. Um, yeah, that's just going to be the strategy. All right. So, paint panel. Our sizing strat for this panel is it's as wide as these two buttons are. It's as wide as these two buttons are. Oh, God damn it. I keep opening. I'm just going to close the window. It's as wide as these two buttons are. And then everything else can lay itself out relative to that. Okay. Those buttons are paint color and clear color. Okay. Okay, this is going to be paint color string. Oh, this manual width, it pains me. That's part of why that didn't look good. Okay. And then the font. Yeah, let's just do that. Whoops. Width 1 is get string width in pixels font, comma, paint color string. Width 2 is clear color string. Width is max, width 1, width 2. Content width colon equals width times 1.1. Give us a little extra padding, and then okay, we're going to do that. Oh, body width. We're going to want an outer margin and stuff, but I'm not sure how. Like, I want to handle that more generally. Oh, body. I want to handle that more generally. Did that compile correctly? It looked weird. Okay. Well, Right. We did the max of one thing. I don't know what happened to the 1.1 as well. That was weird. 1.3. Times 2 for 2 buttons. Okay. So now we're getting a reasonable width. This part is not getting the didn't I say body width times 0.5? Is it ignoring that? Hope that's the right function. Oh, those are the wrong things, guys. That's not the buttons that I'm looking at. That's these other frickin' I was like, what's all this other junk? The thing I'm editing is this thing right here. Okay? That is not what we want. We want swap colors, reset colors. Bruh. Okay. I screwed up so many things. Okay, I don't know why that stopped showing up. We're going to deal with that in a bit. Anyway, reset. So instead of paint color, clear color, we want swap colors and reset colors. This is swap colors, reset colors. That is why this didn't go. Because I don't have a brain all the way. Just part way. I got a part way. I got a part way brain. Okay, look. They're there. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. We're going to make the separator slightly bigger. Just across the board. Also, this hard-coded ass dimensions are terrible. Okay. These indents are going to be more. Okay, that's a little better. We have so much room though. And then I want to break up the spacing on this thing a little more. And you know, this can be a different indent because again, it's different stuff. So like, okay. We also want to take care of these buttons up here. And this. Okay, yeah, one thing at a time. Okay, so down here, we're going to just indent these by 5 or 6. I don't know. It's kind of arbitrary for now. But then this stuff, this reset, push, fill, invert. Okay. Reset. Okay. Top button width is UI.available width times 0.25 because there are 4 buttons. We're going to do that. We're going to say W is top button width and that and that and that. And here we go. Boom. They're still a little bit weird for some reason. I think it might be an optical illusion, but anyway. Better. I don't know what the frickin' gaps are between those. Again, it's kind of not. Is there something making those? We'll investigate that some other time, I think. Okay, this is already doing a good job of resizing these based on the window width. These are fine. I mean, this is not great, but we could tweak this in a bit. This is the biggest disaster right here. Paint color, clear color. And, yeah, I mean, we already know, yeah. All right, paint color. So the deal is these won't quite line up, but it at least will not be clobbered. Yeah. So all right. Okay. Okay, label width is max, width 1, width 2, label width is a float. We're going to do this thing here. Paint, clear. Label width is width plus, I don't know, a little bit of padding. What did I do? Font. Really? All right. Okay. It is now not on those things. That's fine. Okay, this thing is still kind of ugly. It's better than it was. I want a separator under this. And then 2 down here, right? So color mask. And then brush options. So when I do label, can I pass a theme there yet? No. No, I cannot. So we will have to fix that. Should I just make that a button theme for now? I kind of don't. I think I'll just make like a label theme. Because labels are like not active. So label theme is just going to be like a font and a color. Okay. Label theme. Okay. Gonna pass that here. And theme. And label color theme. Okay. This override text is still something we're going to delete. Yeah. Okay. We're going to make little label themes that are the same. And when we make the checkbox themes, and then we're not really going to set the font right now. Because, like we said, fonts are kind of problematic. I don't freaking know. Okay. So we're not using this yet, I don't think. So let's do this. Paint panel, label theme, editor label theme A. Whoops. Okay, so that's all. It's just like the same. It's not active, it doesn't glow, but it's, there we go. These text entries, honestly, they should have more padding. Like, instead of being a label theme, maybe this should just be like a frickin' float input theme. I don't know. Oh God, it's fixed float. You assholes. Okay, no, it's just somebody started this out and did a bad did a bad thing by making things fixed pixel specified, and then everybody else on the team was like, I guess that's just how you do it, and they did it. And what annoys me is I had already put a UI system into this game that was relative, and then code was added that was not relative to my, so I still have to go sort of root out all this rot. And the problem is now I'm even going to put a non-relative number in here for number of pixels. But the fact that this parameter is like a fixed number of pixels is just, that just means people are going to do this. It's like a bad pattern to give people to default to. So we're going to have to rip out all these W parameters at some point and replace them with something that's intrinsically relative. But in the meantime, we're just going to say, I don't know, something like that. Okay. So that's great. I don't know if that's wide enough. We'll see. And then same line, does that take a padding? Yes. Wait. X and pad. What is the X coordinate? Oh. Okay. That doesn't seem, that seems a little weird. Error prone. Okay. Yeah, we actually made these a little bit wider. It's maybe not necessary. We can cut an M or two. This is a nicer. I'm not convinced we need the little drop shadows. Those are drawbacks, or those are callbacks to like the witness or even braid. We have the little box shadowies. They're too bright here. Anyway, but this window is so much better than it was this morning that I will let it stand for now. We need a margin around the window as a whole. Maybe we commit and take a snack break and then do that kind of a thing. Because there's a bunch of fun things we could do there. Well, a few fun things we could do. Kind of feeling a snack break. These buttons. So the problem, the colors that I picked yesterday are like, the differences are like not obvious enough. Here's what we should do. We should change the text color as well. At least we should. Okay, wait. I was going to remove an M from this, and then so when they're unselected, actually, if they're unselected, okay, we just want the selected ones to be brighter. The unselected ones should not be darker because, yeah. Oh, so we're doing this automatic darken on them. I see. Okay, so that gives us text. And then if I make the brighter, that'll make both of them brighter, but we can just darken them by slightly more. We actually don't want them to be as white as they are. So the red is going to be (7.5). The green is going to be 7.5. The blue is going to be, yeah. Okay, these should be better. RGBA, nice and bright. Boom. Oh, well, the text color did not change. Still more readable what the mask is, but the text color, why didn't it change? Theme.text color over is theme.text color. I don't know, something like that, because I don't feel like that's going to matter. I feel like that color is being ignored by this. Oh, this is being, yeah, the color is being ignored because this is a different function. This is calling, this is a function we haven't touched yet. This is calling into check button, which is different from the check boxes. This is a button that acts like a toggle. Okay. When we say draw button with theme, that's drawing the text, I think. Draw label. Yeah. Okay, and then theme equals label theme. Okay. So there we go. If it's off, it's off. If it's on, it's on. And we might put more snaz into those buttons later, but for now, they're just bad. Like, we need to darken the green a little more because he's bright. These might have been easier to read in the beginning because I changed them a bunch, so I might have damaged readability and so forth, which is one reason why I want to be very careful. That said, this whole panel was kind of, I mean, even this is like a little bit, what's that? Anyway, it's fine. It's fine for now. Let me darken the green a little bit more. Blue's fine. Let's just see how it is with that. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. It's fine. This blue's a little bit whitish, but that's fine. Yeah. We could tweak with these for a while, but we won't. We won't. It's pretty good. We still need a margin. We need lots of margins. Okay. Let's see how the chat is. Hello, chat. You think font maybe should be increased? The problem is the frickin' art team wants everything to be tiny. I don't know why. That's just what they want. I think it's just to be able to fit a lot of things on the screen. It's fine. Whatever. Also, though, actually, because this UI is not relative, it may well be that this font size is bigger at like 1440p or whatever the hell. Don't bother me about tools. No. Maybe your eyes are bad, but you could just barely read it. Well, I don't know. You're reading through Twitch compression, so that's not good. Um, yeah, guys, I'm just not going to answer the random ass questions. If anyone has any on-topic questions, focused on-topic questions about what we're doing right now, go ahead and ask, and I will look them over while prepping tea and a snack. Does UI go through the tone mapper? It does not. It happens afterwards. So the 3D scene is generally, in most games these days, drawn at a lower resolution than the display resolution because it's just, you can't make the GPU push that many pixels at high quality. So you generally render the 3D scene at a lower resolution, but you don't want to render your fonts at that resolution or they look bad. So then you upscale and then you draw your 2D UI at the maximum resolution. And that's after tone mapping and all that stuff has happened. So yeah, that's generally how it's, you could do it a little differently, but you don't have to. Here it feels when the refactor is too big, it becomes a constraint because you have to go through too many intermediate steps. That could be. You have to use it as a tool. Like, would you rather go through a bunch of intermediate steps? Or would you rather be confused about why things don't work and what's broken right now? Because the more you change at once, then when something breaks, the more you don't know why it's broken. So it's just a trade-off. And like, if you feel like you're going to spend way more time in intermediate steps than you are fixing things that's broken, then do the big jump, right? The other thing is, though, I am using these small steps to sort of figure out what to do. Like, I don't know exactly what I'm doing all at once, right? So have I ever seen a 3D window UI that worked well? No. I don't know what the Apple Time Machine view looks like, but probably not. We are using TTF and OTF fonts, yes. Yeah, in-game UI is later. This is just tool UI. We got tea going. Why The Witness doesn't run 4K on PS4? Because your mom. Do you render all elements individually? I don't know what that means. What do you mean by render individually? In my UI code, I'm setting the panel dimensions as a percentage of the rendered target, and then the panel children are relative to the panel as a percentage. Is this a dumb way to do it? I don't think so. That's the way that I did this UI out here. But the way this UI is being done is a little bit different, and some parts of it are fine. Like the part that Casey did that this inherited is about just, hey, if you draw a thing and it's a certain size, we maintain a cursor and it does like auto layout and stuff, right? The part that's misguided is it's trying to figure out how big the window is based on those things. And sometimes you need to say how big the window is so that you know where to put things, right? So that's sort of the part that I'm not going through and totally changing that right now, but I'm just figuring out how these windows should be, and it could be fixed later, probably. All UI elements and separate draw calls. I mean, what we do is we have an immediate mode sort of API where we just say, here's some triangles. And then those go into a command buffer, right? So it's not even like DX9 style where we do draw calls. It's like there's a command buffer that's relatively asynchronous and like does things. We having good snacks today. We having sun chips. Can I elaborate on my comment that games typically run at a lower resolution than a display res? Do I mean a set of steps in the pipeline, or the final render is typically... The final render, everything up to and including the final render of the 3D scene is usually upscaled, and then 2D UI goes on top of it. That doesn't seem typical to you, then you don't know how games work. Sorry. That's how almost every game does it. Because you just can't, like, look, if somebody's running on a 4K monitor, you just can't push 4K pixels with whatever complicated pixel shader that you have. Like, it's just too much computation, right? So you just render at a lower resolution and you upscale. Like, games have been doing this for decades almost. I have no idea what the in-game UI is going to be like. Like, this isn't a game where you click radio buttons, so I'm not sure what the question is. I mean, you can imagine using some of this in a menu, but the menu might be totally different, honestly. Some people do text rendering on the GPU, not with instancing though, but like to rasterize the TTFs. So when you set the resolution scale to 100%, is the game lying to you and upscaling anyway? It depends on what 100% means for that game. I don't know. I cannot ascribe an interpretation to 100%. 100% might mean 100% of your display resolution, in which case, yeah, you're getting what you think you are. It might mean 100% of some fixed resolution that they decided was good enough for the art style they were doing. And then 70% of that might be smaller and so forth, right? I don't know what that means. Can I give a high-level overview on how most games do their 2D UI? I mean, they draw stuff on the screen. I'm just not sure what the question is. Okay. So one thing I could do next is work on putting an automated frame around this. Or, so there's sort of two problems. One is having a little bit of a border around the window where it doesn't run straight up against. And the other one is things like this, when like one window is on another window, having like a background. So maybe we start by doing the background. And we can put that in the panel theme, like how big that is. And then we'll at least be able to see windows on top of other windows. What is the good way of passing input to the right sub window? We just have the window itself ask if it is the target of an event when it sees the event. Like all the event routing stuff, like you see in retained mode UIs, is really annoying, and I don't think it's a good idea. So like for individual windows, it's like, is this event in my window or not? And then individual widgets just ask, you know, is the click in my widget or not? You see the title bar, reading events captured by Windows in. Yeah, so this part, I just haven't done that. Like, it's not that it's not perfect, it's just that I didn't do that. If you don't type the code, then if it's not there. That's nothing to do with something being the right way to do something or not. And that's not even events. That's just checking the cursor position. We could fix that right now too, hopefully. Are we using a depth buffer? No, we're just drawing the windows in order. Why is the luminance histogram changing when the background is a static scene? Well, I don't know. Some of it might be instability of the actual tone mapping because it's a feedback loop. But some of these things, like these things over here, if you look at these windows, they're actually animating, right? These glowy things are animating a little bit, although it's hard to see. And so these things are brighter and they just have an effect. So I don't know, something like that. Do you know Windows draws a software cursor and hides the real one on the window title bar when you drag a window around to hide the latency? I am not surprised. Here we just let the hardware cursor go, you know. Yeah, this animating fire can also affect the luminance histogram for sure. That was weird. Why when I click here is it not popping up? There's something broken there. Anyway, let's do a little bit of stuff. So this whole can see event thing, I don't know if we should be doing that down inside do quad, but anyway, in panel, when we draw a title bar, where draw a title, that's what it's called. Oh, I guess they draw that individually. Okay. So we do a thing in here where we ask, are we over the title? Right. And so we can just check that, I think. Redeclaration of can see. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, because we're using the panel. Why is there a member? I don't know. Anyway. That might not be enough. We'll see. Nope. So as you can see, the background title bar is not lighting up anymore. That's all. And there's also something wrong about, I think it's because when we draw the title, we don't know how wide the window is. Like we're guessing. No, because we draw it at the right width. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Anyway, let's do a border around the thing. we're going to do it in the UI function because, yeah. So we call draw title. Let's draw. It's not exactly frame, but okay. So draw title should use my width, right? Let's say this is P3. P2 is P3 plus V2 my width 0, right? What is the height of the whole frickin' thing? That we figure out over here. It's just my height, okay. Okay, so we're going to start by just drawing a rectangle. Oh, let's say B colon equals panel dot panel theme dot border width times the render target height. Render. How do we get the render target height? Like how do I get the render target height? Like why are we checking that these are not? Wait, what? We already have these. All right. You goofballs. Oh, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't already have these. Okay. Did I mess up some indentation? Oh yeah, here. Times, I need the render target height. Do we have like current render target? Get render target. Let's see, rendering 2D, we'll do this. Draw. It's just render target width and render, okay. Render target height. Okay. Panel theme needs to have this. Border width, no, that's button theme. Border width colon equals 0.025. Border of the window relative to render target height. We're gonna feather it a little so it could be bigger. Okay, so we're making these points, and well, let's start by just doing some rectangles. Okay. P4 is P0 plus V2 minus B minus B. 4, 5, 6, 7. These are some outer things. 1, 2, 3. Plus B minus B plus B plus B minus B plus B. So that gives us a little painting frame. And then we go quads. For now, we're just going to do this, and we're going to go UI, draw quad. Axis line quad. Fuck you. Immediate mode rendering. Immediate begin. Immediate quad. What are my options for that? They're not in that file. Immediate quad is in render IM. What folder is that? Render, not in a folder. Okay, immediate quad. Okay, we could just do that. Great. Immediate quad. P4, P5, P1, P0 color. This is vector 4 dot. Okay, P4, P5, P1, P0, P5, P6, P2, P1, P6, P7, P3, P2, P7, P4, P0, P3. I probably messed that up. Okay, now we have little thingers outside, except we're only doing it on one window. How does that make any sense? And the can see is, oh, okay. The UI can see situation is messed up. Okay, we have to take that out for now. We'll bring it back later. I understand now why that wasn't there. Why are we doing this on only one window? That doesn't make sense. Except that maybe none of the rest of these use UI begin. Oh, they probably use UI begin. Oh, no, this is okay. No. Maybe they do their own. They don't. Yeah. I don't like the way this code is factored. Okay. Who else? No, a lot of people use this. Light map panel, material panel. That was material panel. So it is calling this. So maybe I just screwed it up in some way. Let's make that Heisenberg third time today. Okay, so why, pray tell? Oh, it's only doing it like on the last, it's like not flushing correctly. It's only doing it on the last window, like in the stack. Or something. Or maybe it's doing it, but the render target size is not set correctly. Like, okay, oh, no. Okay, see, there's some schmutz. I don't know if Twitch compression is correctly doing this, but you can see schmutz outside the lister panel. What's happening is the texture is not set, and it's trying to use a texture. Okay. There we go. Now we have it on all of these. Now we go maybe one step further. Okay, so what's nice about this is now when one window is over another window, you can actually see where it is. So that solves that problem. That's substantially better than the windows disappearing into each other. So next, we can do the following thing. Let's look at our other we have so many variants of this. We don't have with, here we go. We have 4 colors. Okay. Outer, wait. Yeah. Okay, and then this is going to be inner, and outer is going to be alpha of 0. Why would I have alpha of 0, you may ask? There we go. How nice is that? How nice is that? You got a little mock banding at the corner, but, you know, it's the price of freedom. I don't think that's just mock banding. I think we're somehow drawing the same pixel twice, although it shouldn't. Why is the paint panel size changing when it gains, loses focus? Is it changing? Oh. I don't think that's about it losing focus necessarily. It's about some other state leak thing. I don't know. Because we supposedly, you know, get the width of the window by measuring these two things. Maybe the font changes. Like we're using a global font right now as a hack because I don't like the current font stuff and it's all going to get replaced, right? So it might be that somebody changes the global font and we grab it differently or something. Anyway, that's pretty good. Like I sort of have the programmer urge to make it bigger because like you always want to program something and then really see it. But like this is actually a good size for this. The mock banding bothers me. If that is indeed what it is. But we can deal with that later. It's like not too big. It's not super loud. It does serve to set the window off from the background. We could even make it white for the active window if we wanted to. We could experiment with that. That might just be goofy. But there is this whole thing in modern operating systems where they, for some reason, make it really hard to see what the current window is. We could also just make it a different color per panel even. I don't know. Darker, wider for the current window. The panels support resizing, not user level resizing. They resize themselves if they want. We could do that. Like they actually, there's a variable. Okay. There's this whole thing where these panels are like programmed in a different system, and this is still a great annoyance to me, but we're sort of gradually merging the two systems. And these ones are dynamically scaled, so you could just add a scale variable and they all get bigger. These ones are not, although by the time I'm done, you will be able to do that as well. So that's all. Let's try that. See, we don't really have a window focus state variable. We just have like, what's your cursor over? So maybe like, maybe it's not the same anyway. Like really what we have is like, hey, the title bar is lit and so forth. So maybe it doesn't make sense to change the color of the background yet. That seems like more than mock banding. Your compositor removes a bit of saturation from windows not in focus. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, we don't have like a focus variable right now. Like you don't keyboard navigate windows in this system. We could add that for sure, but we do not have it right now. I think I'm going to check this in, and then we're gonna work on the padding. I wanted to do this outside thing, so that then if we go and tune inside padding, that they're like compatible, right? Because this already adds a little bit. This already looks like we don't need as much inside padding to make things look good as we would have needed without a thing around the thing. Let me try to find view panel is the other one. Like I did put manual padding around this one. It looks fine still. It doesn't really look like too much, but it looks like more than it did. So that is what it is. Focus only makes sense for keyboard. Well, that's what I'm saying is if you added keyboard focus, which we don't have. Have I considered releasing this as a Qt competitor? No, the plan is, okay, you got, here, the plan is to be like the Foundation where you wait for the Galactic Empire to collapse, or maybe like Hitchhiker's Guide, where you send all the telephone sanitizers on the sea arc, right? Like releasing a Qt competitor, there's not a point to that because it's part of this entire giant stack of garbage that's insane, right? You have to get rid of the stack of garbage. This is a good component in getting rid of the stack of garbage, but like most of the stack is still there. So it's like voting for president in the year 2020. There's like not, your vote doesn't do much. Is it the B arc? I thought there were 3 arcs. I thought there was the A arc, the B arc, and the C arc. I'm just... Okay. It's pretty good. Pretty good. So there's sort of two things though, because I kind of want margins here. And then I want margins like these things need margins, but they're not full windows. They're like subregions. This might be begin at. That might be what that's for. I don't exactly know. We definitely don't want margins outside these bars, right? But we do want them internal to the regions. So we're going to have to look at that. Anyway, so I think we will set on the panel, we will set outer margin width, and it'll be not quite twice as big as this thing. Okay, B, right. Gotcha. There were 3 arcs, but it was the B arc that had the telephone sanitizers. Okay. 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 Anyway. Oh, I was going to check this in, and I didn't. Let's make sure it works again. Great. Great. Lister panel is very large. It's very large. Okay. So. we will commit that. Upgrades to paint panel. Windows have panels. Panels have backgrounds, various other nice changes, period. No in paint panel. No check-in. Oh, I got rid of the W equals 100. You go me. UI. Let's make that a cleanup. I don't want to deal with that right now. I don't want to prevent it from checking in these many changes. Okay, well, so I can put the margin stuff into begin and end. So in begin, I can do indent. Okay, we'll just do this. We'll just do this. UI begin is going to say okay. Margin is panel theme dot whatever it was called dot outer margin width times call it this F margin times render target height. We will say I'm just going to round that to the nearest pixel. Now we're going to say indent margin and we want to add, what was it called? There was a thinger where we we like do the cursor by a little bit. Spacing. No, padding. It was one of these. Same line. Separator. Place rect. Ah. Okay. Okay. Let's just see if that does something. We need to make this. Just a barking dog, little yappy dog. Okay, that's it's getting bigger. We're interesting. Yeah. So here we're adding manual or automatic margin and manual margin. So this is jacked, right? But we could take the margin out of there. Paint panel, yeah. So, oh, and actually our automatic margin is only on left and top right now. It's not on right and bottom. So you can see left and top are nice and roomy, right and bottom are not nice and roomy. So let's see. At the end here, we want to go place rect. I don't like the suggested content stuff. That's probably what's going on with Lister panel. I don't know. Place rect. Right, but I need the width to be content size X. Oh, because we need to set right margin because this is in available space. I think we could just do that. Okay. So this looks better for sure. The margin's actually maybe a little bit big. Somebody might have put like a manual spacing before the buttons. I don't know. So on view panel, I think we can just remove the by hand margin stuff. Okay, so this guy, I don't. Do we actually call begin each time? Anyway, so something is going horribly wrong with this one. So we're going to have to look at that. That's better. This is probably screwed up the same way as it, yeah. So like, Lister is certainly messed up. We're going to have to look at that. Transform panel, this is kind of weird. Like I think when we let a thing set the width like this, it's not counting the right margin. Right? Content size. This one's weird because I think we only want to make sure. All right. See if that fixes it. This is a little annoying and silly, the feedback loops. Okay. Lister can pound sand for a while. Animation viewer also, oh boy. So we need Lister and animation viewer. I think I know. Yeah. We'll think about that in a bit. Okay. I think the way to fix that growth is to only set a flag when something pushes out past the margin. If you're using the auto sizing, you only set a flag when something pushes out past the margin. In my opinion, that is the thing. Okay, view panel. Let's get rid of the manual margins. Outer margin, outer margin, outer margin. Boom. But view panel may be better now. Okay, so paint panel honestly has too much space at the top. View panel, actually, do all the panels have too much space at the top? Oh, there might be some hard-coded space because things were so unusable before that somebody just put some in. Okay, so for materials panel and stuff, let's make those be 0. What was the variable called? Outer margin width. Panel theme. Outer margin width is 0, and that was also happening on light map panel because those, we just do it there. Okay, so that should improve some things. No, these guys are still... What? What is going on? Why do we have a margin? hold on. We're not resetting the theme. What is going on? What is going on? Well, what did I just do? Like what? Still there. Are you kidding me, bro? Oh, these things might be... Oh, God. Remember when I said 0 sucks? The reason 0 sucks is it means people can't do 0. Yeah, those were not good defaults that were chosen. All right, fixed. So the problem is somebody wrote these functions and said, oh, you'll never pass 0, so we'll make that the default. And if it's 0, we round it up to something. No. 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 All right. So we have to... So we're going to do that. Now, -1 is still also something somebody might want to do, unfortunately, but it's better. We could have it be a super negative number. We could have it be like, yeah, let's do that. Unprovided float minus 69105. If a value is this, you know they didn't provide the parameter. We could just make a language feature where you ask that, except you can't really do that without polymorphism. Okay. Okay, so here we go. There we go. There we go. This should just be a stack anyway, so that people don't have to maintain their thing, but I'll allow it for now. Add right margin is this. And then we'll deal with this later. No, we'll do it now. I just hate those hard-coded sizes with a passion. Add minus inf. We actually do have inf. But I like 69 and 105. But no, you're right. Minus float 32 infinity. We could do that. You best not be passing negative infinity to the functions. All right, so these are fine. These have margins. It's all good. They still, I feel like they still have a little bit too much on top, but maybe that's an optical illusion. Maybe it's fine. Okay, so now we need those subregions to have margins. What micro? What's a micro? Oh, microphone. I don't even know. It's a Samson mic that Casey got me. Seems fine. Can't the default be null? Null is not a floating point type. Immediate mode GUIs make the most sense for games that are... No, immediate mode GUIs make the most sense for every interactive application. It is purely a mistake that people use retained mode GUIs. They are not good at anything. Until we correct that mistake, you're going to continue to have tons and tons of over-bloated software that doesn't do anything for how many lines of code it is. Have fun. Yeah, so we need to do this margin in here. Oh, actually, first let's fix the explosions, right? These are worse because this makes things unusable, so we have to fix that. And I assume that those are the panels that say adapt to width. But like, I don't know, that's kind of shitty anyway. Like, I don't think that's a good feature. I think you're asking for trouble if you do that. All right. Later, pal. The last thing I need is someone who's been programming for 5 years to tell me what I do and don't know. Sorry, and it's just, you know, it's nothing personal. It's just I get too much of that all the time, and it's annoying. There's no reason for me to read these things. If you want to know what I think, come to the channel. If you don't want to know what I think, don't come to the channel. Don't come to the channel to know what I think and then tell me I'm wrong about what I think. That's like counterproductive. I mean, unless you actually say something useful, which that wasn't. Don't comment on it. Well, it's my way of resolving for myself what my position is, really. I mean, more to the point, forget how many years. The last thing I need is for someone who's programmed 1/20th of the number of hours that I have to be telling me what I know and don't know. Right? It's just absurd. Sun chips are pretty good though. Yum yum. Okay, so yeah, this explosion thing, I think I'm going to correct it by just not making those windows auto-adjusting in width. Let's verify that that's what actually is happening as soon as the tea boils. And then if so, I'll just turn that off. I think that's dumb because what you really want is just like have the whole UI be appropriately resolution independent. And then you just set it up so that it's big enough for your file names and you don't worry about it, you know? That is what I think about that. Is a combination of retained mode and immediate mode necessary, or is pure immediate mode the best solution? What do you propose the retained mode part would be doing? Is the right margin different in the paint window? I don't think so. I think what's going on is these buttons are like off center. See how they have these little gaps? I think those gaps are always on the left for some reason, and that's pushing them to the right. Like everything else looks fine to me. I don't know. We can investigate later though. If the margins are off, we'll figure it out. You heard a combination of both. Combination of retained mode and immediate mode doesn't make any sense to me. Retained mode plus immediate mode equals retained mode. If you think you need some retained mode, then you have a retained mode API. I'm not sure what this ostensible combination is even supposed to look like. How do you store the animation, the data for animation, et cetera, and maintain that mapping? I just have a hash table of structs with the animation data on them. It's about the most simple thing that you could imagine. The question seems weird because once you've worked out how to provide the unique IDs, which it sounds like you did, what's the problem? You just have a data structure like that. The unique IDs is the slightly annoying part, which we use some language features here to make easier. How do you handle overflow? Overflow of what? Do you mean like layout of buttons and stuff? Usually, I'm still working this out because these panels are sort of done in different weird ways. A lot of the time, things just like make like fill the available space or whatever. How does ID generation work? Well, we just use the calling site and hash that along with possibly an optional integer that you give if you're in a for loop. It's about retaining user data. Oh, I see. That's a different topic. Different topic. Will it ever be possible to program a UV layout application using AI or something? I mean, sure. Don't you have an automatic UV unwrapper that's good? We have one and it's fine. It just automatically unwraps stuff. Maybe you just don't have the proper tool on your team. Like you could use some deep learning thing to try to make that better in terms of how well it uses texture space or how much it minimizes stretching or something. But like, dude, UV unwrapping hasn't been a problem for us for like 10 years. I mean, we even posted ours on our blog. Are we even going to have UV maps in the future? Yeah, I mean, probably not. They're just silly, right? The hairy ball theorem means that we don't really want UV maps, right? Because you're supposed to shave nowadays. That's the thing, I guess. So Casey, this stuff's been going really well. Except that I'm choking on popcorn now. So I have this sort of thing where I don't know how much of this was in your original auto layout or how much of this was part of what was being done here. But, you know, there's the part of the auto layout that's like cursoring horizontally and vertically to add stuff, right? And then there's a part where it's like, because we're single pass, I don't know if your stuff is single pass or two pass. because we're single pass, there's this thing where we use the previous frame size for the next frame. And in reality, we don't ever really dynamically resize anything. It's just it uses the first frame to initialize or something. Unless, I mean, there's special cases like these guys, but those are like David S. pumpkins. They're their own thing. So a couple of these panels have this thing where it's like, our paradigm is that we look at how much space was taken last frame and resize ourselves for the next frame. And that's just automatic. We don't even care what part of the content tried to go past the edge. And so this is error prone in the sense that if I ever try to like add certain classes of things to the code, we get behavior like this, where windows like explosively grow and stuff, right? It's a very annoying failure mode, which I can fix for these two windows in the short term, but like, it's not good, right? What I think is the following. I think your UI code should all be resolution independent. I mean, you can't be perfectly so, but like as close as you can. So like you pick the font size based on your, your render target size and all button size and all these things. And then you just pick sizes for your windows that you know are good. And if you ever did want a window to auto adjust, it would do that by looking at specific content like, oh, this is a list of file names. Before we go render these, let's look at how wide they're going to be and adjust or something, right? This like per frame feedback thing, I think, is kind of a bad way to do it. Now, the problem is when someone who is no longer on the team went through to do the port of this system, they did it totally not resolution independently, which drives me nuts because all the work that I did on this stuff over here that's not the auto layout stuff was totally clean and resolution independent and nice, and you could just change a number and scale everything, right? So like I'm eventually getting this code to be there too. So my plan is just to do that and have that be why the windows are a reasonable size. But I wonder if you have comments on this, if you do it differently or whatever. And if you actually want to go audio, we could do that again. But if you don't have much to say, we could just talk about it. But it was surprisingly easy to do the glowy imgui. Like, I don't know if you saw where. So I have nice buttons and they're like, they have animated fade ins and fade outs that are not over tuned. I don't know how much of that you can actually see on Twitch, but and they like bounce when you click them. So that's great. It really didn't take much effort. Let's click these. Less disruption, but you can see it just rubber when you click it. So that's great. And then these guys, of course, interpolate, but there's a little bit of a scissoring problem that I need to deal with, but and they all fade in and fade out and stuff. And these are just bitmaps that toggle, but I'm going to make them little arrows that turn once everything else gets done. But so right now I'm just doing padding on the windows, like automatic padding around the borders so that you don't have to think about it. I'm putting that in the layout right now. And then I assume that was in the layout stuff that you did originally. So I don't know why that's not there now. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was something you had to do. But we haven't done it for these subregions yet, just for these outer windows. I'm not sure why there's extra here, so I need to look at these things. Anyway, You don't ever do single pass anymore. Your GUI code always writes into a command buffer, which is the UI contents. So you have an mGUI command buffer that's like, is it like immediate mode, whatever? Like, is it like vertex color, vertex color, vertex color? Or is it like quad, quad, quad? Or is it like button, checkbox? Like what level is that? Google Meets. Honestly, if there were a Google Meets deli near me, I don't think I would get a sandwich there, you know? It doesn't seem like the right place to get a sandwich. Yes, I'm working on merging the UI systems. They are not completely disconnected. They're getting a little bit less disconnected over time, but part of connecting them is getting them to work on the same terms. And now actually, so I did reverse psychology here. What it used to be was this UI system was totally ugly and I hated it. And it didn't have as much capability as the one that I did in certain dimensions, but it had more widgets and stuff. And more windows were programmed to it because I guess people want to use the more widgets and stuff, right? So what I did was I went and attacked this part until I hate it less. In fact, I'm starting to like it now. It's still got problems, but I'm starting to like it a little bit. So once I like it, I'll have a better time integrating it. And also once it uses all the same data structures and stuff. Okay. Meeting invite. I have asked to join. Camera failed. I bet it broke my camera. Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me activate my camera again for the people.
I cannot believe that it...
You so can lame. Believe it. You know you can believe it.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
I bet at this point, wouldn't I be more surprised if it worked?
Yes, you would. Okay, I'm glad to hear that you have snacks as well. It is a good day for snacks.
Oh, yeah. Every day is a good day for snacks. Today is a good day for snacks.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the way that I do that kind of code that you're talking about now is I do something kind of a little unusual, which I guess is usual for me. I have so you know how you already are doing this in some parts of your code where you'll basically say like, look, we're going to have this like memory buffer that just grows. And like when we start a frame, we create one of those and just we stream all the render crap out into it. And then we hand it off to the renderer and the renderer renders it. And when we know we're done with it, we just flush the whole thing. Right?
Yeah, I didn't write that system for the renderer, but we have some kind of command buffer for this renderer that does something approximating that. Yeah.
But you have like frame temporary memory. Like I've seen you talk about this.
Yeah,
right?
that's like a core feature of the language, actually.
Yeah. So the way I do the UI stuff is I basically take a window, for example, like that, and I'll say, okay, this window gets an arena. And what I do is the code looks like IMGUI code. So you go like button, you know, scrollable region, widget, whatever the heck you want, right? That all goes into the command buffer as basically just, and JAI could do this way better than you could do it in C. Yeah. It just goes into the command buffer as like a record of what you wanted to put there, right?
Yeah.
So like it just records the fact that you wanted those things. Then I run my layout algorithms over that, and they can be more advanced, right? So they can do a lot of stuff that you couldn't do if you had to be single pass, right?
Yeah.
So you basically get all of the bonus of what you would normally be able to do in a retain mode API, but the user interface still looks exactly the same as a pure immediate mode, which is what you're going for, right? And then that buffer can just stick around until you want to refresh the window. So the other really nice thing about it is you can even like resize the window if you want to without even rerunning the UI code, which is normally doesn't matter because normally that UI code would be fast enough. But if for some reason, because sometimes I hear people's like complaints, it's like, oh, I am GUI code, I have to like redo all the windows. This also addresses that core complaint. It's like, no, you don't. You can now do exactly what you would do in retain mode, only the UI is entirely immediate, right?
But you don't, I mean, you could have dirty rectangles or whatever. Like that whole argument, I don't think makes sense that people
Well,
make.
but you would have, if you literally never remembered anything,
Yeah.
you would still have to run all the code. You wouldn't have to draw it, but you would have to run it. And so anyway, so the reason I like the command buffer approach is because I like to be able to have more logic in the layout stuff. And I found it was very difficult, like you found, if you need to use a frame of lag or something, you can end up with graphical glitching there, and I just don't like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I wanted to be able to spoil that stuff. And basically, if you do that, if you just write into the command buffer, you basically get the multipass that you wanted for free. It's really pretty trivial because you don't have to change the API, so you don't have to give up any of the nice IMGUI stuff, and you can still do as complicated layouts as you want. You can have like a 12-pass layout algorithm if that's what you want, and it didn't cost you any API complexity, right? So that's what I do.
Okay, so part of the appeal of the ImGUI is that you can do the GUI and do the code at the same time, right? So like, hey, I'm going to call the button, and if you press the button, then I have my if statements in there, right? I'm passing you pointers to my own variables and stuff. So how does that change in a command buffer scenario?
It doesn't really change because you can always choose to just run the code path when you want to do the execution, right?
Yeah.
But because if you're doing the one you're talking about, you have a frame of lag already. So if you're talking about the kind where the command execution is written in line, so there's a bunch of things, and I have like a big long list of stuff that I've been meaning to put up videos for a long time, and I just haven't because it's just, I mean, who cares? But one of the big problems with IMGUI stuff is basically like the only thing that exists for it is that one shitty video that I recorded in like 2004 or something, right?
Yeah.
And people assumed that when I said that way of writing the code, that IMGUI means you do all of those things. Like, even some things that I didn't say. Like, I didn't say that you don't store anything. I think I even said that you can store things. Yeah. But, you know, people assume it means, like, no storage. They assume it means that you draw, like, immediately, and that you produce the results, like, in line. But none of those things have to be true, right? Yeah. Those are all, like, totally fictitious things that people just imagined. IMGUI just means you don't call create and destroy on widgets. Yeah. It means that there's no need for you, the user, to like record what they are. So with the command buffer approach, when you run it, what you can imagine is like you're running through the UI code and it's calling to the UI system to build this command buffer. So it's saying like, you know, list box, whatever, combo box, radio box.
Yeah.
When it's building the command buffer, it can still return to you the previous frame's UI results in line right there if you want to do an inline UI system, right?
Right. Well, okay. So
yeah, continue.
The question is when that is even necessary. So the thing you said about a frame of lag, right? Mm-hmm. That only happens. That only happens in certain particular situations. Like that's not an issue usually, right? Like for a window, I don't know if you see the stream still, but like I have this window and it's got a bunch of radio buttons and then a bunch of buttons, and it's like they're not moving, right? And even if they were moving and animating, like I know where I'm about to draw them. And so I just do the hit test right there on the current frame's data, right? So for this
if
kind of
you
situation, there's no lag induced.
if you have a couple constraints, so if you say that you don't have any layout, so you don't need to know like what is actually in the window before you can actually start drawing the window, and you require that everything be done front to back, then yes, you can short circuit it and have no frame of lag and the direct inline one.
Like
But
back to front, you mean? Like painter algorithm
no,
windows?
front to back, because if you do back to front, you have to have a frame of lag to wait.
Oh,
Because
you mean in terms of intercepting the events?
correct.
Okay.
Yes. Because otherwise, if you have two windows on top of each other, if you weren't drawing them front to back, you will have a bug because you will think that window, right? So there's a frame of lag if you can't guarantee perfect front to back order all the time, like hit perfect front to back hit testing, and no like dependencies on layout.
I see. Yeah. So the way we do that is we have a little bit of a wiggle room compromise, which you might not like. But what happens is, like at the beginning of the frame, we decide like which windows can see the current mouse cursor position based on previous frame position, right? So if Windows had high velocity all the time, that would often be incorrect. But for practical purposes, it's not really. And so
well, that's why I say the phrase "one frame of lag," because you have it, right? You just said what it was. It was that.
We partially have it in a way that doesn't matter realistically for anything that we do. Let's put it that
one
way.
frame of lag almost never matters if you're running at 60 frames a second anyway. So
But
I'm not even saying it's bad.
Yeah,
right?
But it's not even one frame of lag though. In this case, it's a frame of lag only on deciding which window sees the event, but then within a window, it's current. Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So anyway, the reason I don't like doing that is because there's really no reason to, right? So like one way to look at it is one frame of lag, and especially if like you're saying one frame of lag plus we take some extra steps to make sure that actually a lot of the time it's not even one frame of lag, because we pushed the one frame of lag into a place where you really don't care, right?
Yeah.
To me, it's just like, why though? Because if you go the command buffer route, you can just do things a different way. So the way that I usually do it is I go the command buffer route, and the other thing that I do is I usually don't do the immediate return thing. And the reason I don't do the immediate return thing anymore is because I usually find that once you want to take the step towards doing anything better than just debug UI, you can't use the return thing anyway. And what I mean by that is, as soon as you want to do something like, I want to be able to script this thing, or I want to be able to have like some way of recording macros in this system, like anything advanced that you want to add, you immediately run into the problem of nobody can ever execute a thing without running the entire UI pass, right? So what I usually end up doing is, if I'm actually serious about making a UI thing, and again, JAI makes this so much easier than C, I usually end up just storing the command that would have occurred into the command buffer anyway, right? Because I've got this system that's like, whatever, like your command console to be a perfect example. You got this system that can execute commands. The controls are going to execute one of those commands, like set this property or change this value to something. I just shove that into the command buffer, and that way you can actually execute it on that frame, no matter how crazy the layout system might happen to be. And it means you can process more than one piece of UI input per call. So another example is if you have somebody who like clicked twice on something, that's actually kind of hard to process. Like if you do it in the UI, like if they click twice really fast inside a slow frame, it's kind of harder to process that in a paradigm where you're doing the direct return. But if you do something where it's just got what was the command memento, you could do it. Now, I'm overstating the case for that, And the reason for that is oftentimes you have to rerun the UI anyway, because if that click has a UI dependency, you can't count on it still doing the same thing. So I don't want to overstate that case, but I'm just saying, like, you can see why there are reasons why that kind of system starts to become good. That's how I do it currently.
Yeah.
And only if I am targeting a high-end UI. I think if you still want just a quick and dirty debug UI, I don't think it's worth it, right? Although maybe in a language like JI, it is, because like making a little memento is so free, you should just do it. But like in C, it becomes a lot more complicated, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure where I land on that. Like what I'm doing, one of the reasons why I'm doing a nicer UI for this game is because, you know, we're going to give this engine out eventually, or for the editor, right, of the game. I don't know what the actual game UI is going to be, but, you know, I'm making it nicer because when we give out the engine, I don't want it to have a crappy immediate mode UI that looks ugly because that besmirches the name of immediate mode UI, right? So I'm doing some of these things, you know, like having animated buttons and whatever that people always say you can't do because they don't know anything about programming.
Right. Yes.
So,
well, and
so
also like that thing you're saying there, like,
yeah.
The weird part about most of that is that actually all of that is just complete nonsense. I have no idea where it comes from, because like the polish is actually graphic design. Like QT's interactivity is complete shit. Like it's not like it's doing any of the things I just said correctly. Like you click on shit, it doesn't even register. Like shit draws wrong all the time. Like QT is a tremendous pile of shit, and nobody levels these complaints at that. So like when I see people level these complaints at something like Dear I Am GUI, I'm just like, no, what you're talking about is the fact that you don't like the graphic design of this thing. Yeah. But like it has absolutely nothing to do with anything technical. So sorry, I just wanted to that rant there.
That is absolutely true. I do think that that's a failing of DRM GUI that I think he's starting to fix. But like being ugly by default is not good.
Exactly.
Like,
yes.
Because
that's a different thing.
People judge you based on what they can see, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, though, so I sort of have this choice about how far to take it, and I'm not sure. I'm sort of deciding it on the fly, right, as I go. I actually, for this specific system, I'm pretty sure that the 1 frame of lag thing is basically turned into exactly 0 frames, because the only way that you can move a window is by dragging it with the mouse, right? And the only thing we do is test your mouse position against the window coordinates. So it's like, it can't be wrong in some sense, you know? Although somebody introduced a bug here that I need to debug today. That's very weird. So that might be good enough for me. I don't know. Like, it doesn't even seem like the case in which there would be like a quote non-debug, like this seems better than debug UI. Like if your dichotomy is debug UI versus not, this seems a little bit better than that. It doesn't seem like I could imagine some things having a problem. Like if this is an in-game thing and like tabs are automatically sliding open and closed or something, you might notice it, but even then maybe not. So I might just roll with it this way.
Well, the main reason I was mentioning that is because you were talking about having to do actual layout. So I agree. Like, I would definitely not bother doing a command buffer approach just to fix the window thing, because like you said, it's really not going to be an issue. I was mainly saying that I do that because I want to be able to do stuff like more layout. So a good example of that would be like, so for example, let's suppose you don't know what any of those things are in that list, and you wanted to make that list be 2-column. So you don't know how big the first column should be till you find out what the sizes of all the things in the first column are, right?
Yeah.
And so that's where the command buffer, that's why I use things like command buffer. It's because like, hey, that's just trivial now, right? Whereas in your system, it's like, yeah, I guess we got to use the last frame or something. Like, what do we draw the first time, right? Yeah. So it's just to solve that problem. And if you decide you're just going to design around that, like you're never going to do that, then yeah, it's why bother, right?
Yeah, totally agree. I think for this game, I mean, we'll see. I might change my opinion tomorrow morning when I wake up. But I think for now, we kind of design around that. Like, just don't do things that are heavily dynamic in terms of layout. and then we can reevaluate that next game or something. Yeah, I was just interested to hear what you were using the command buffer for.
Yeah.
So was it Sean who used to do the mGUIs where you would like call the function twice, once with display off and once on? Did you ever do it that way?
I think I have played with doing it that way, but I don't remember ever liking that. Sean definitely likes the double pump system where he basically goes like, call it once to do the layout, call it a second time to actually draw and or return the results.
Yeah.
And effectively, like, at least for me, I'm like, once you're going to do all that work, I just don't see why you wouldn't move to command buffer. Because it's so much work, because now everything is predicating in there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you lose some simplicity. Like, once you talk about being on a team, for example, right? And like, okay, somebody joins the team, they write some code, it's a window, it's like doing some stuff. They're not necessarily going to be meticulous when they have some side effect code in that function about checking if render is enabled or not, right? Like if something is only supposed to happen once a frame or whatever.
Right.
Like it feels like an easy mistake to make, right?
And it is, yes.
And the thing about mGUI is like part of the purpose of mGUI, so part of it is to make things just less tedious in terms of not having to do creates and destroys. Or actually the thing, okay, in general, there's a thing in computers, broadly speaking, in debugging, in whatever, but things are annoying when information has to be coordinated in multiple faraway places, right?
Yeah.
And like that's the thing about classical retain mode widgets is you have to create them and do all this stuff on creation. And then that has to be coordinated with like when they're being used and coordinated with, it's like multiple points all have to like do things in parallel, right? And so the part that I like about immediate mode GUI is not having that. I don't know if command buffer introduces back a little bit more of that or not, but the Sean version seems to me like it's like the simplicity of writing your display function now it is made more complex, and that to me is one of the good things about mGUI is that it's made simple. So like I'm not sure I'm so eager to trade that away.
Well, let me paint a slightly broader picture. So I feel like command buffer is a very good approach. It's certainly the best one I've found. And the reason for that is as follows. I would 100% agree with what you're saying. I generally think of that as basically a state synchronization problem. So the way I think about it is anytime there are two places in a program that need to have the same answer for something, but that fundamentally aren't using the same source to get it, you have a bug. Like you will have a bug, right? And so the thing that RM GUIs traditionally, with the way that their UI, with the way their APIs were laid out, the reason that those were so bad, at least from my perspective, is because you constantly had to keep all of this machinery around for trying to make sure the thing on the screen was synchronized with what the program was actually trying to say, right?
Yeah, totally.
So this was and this was the same reason that scene graphs didn't work very well. It's because you constantly had to like manage the scene graph to get it to look like something you already had, right?
By the way, dude, all this neural network stuff people are doing now, it's scene graphs all over again.
Oh yeah, TensorFlow. It's like a giant fucking scene graph.
It's freaking amazing. And people are making like the whole, what's his name? LLVM dude.
Which one? Chris Latner?
Chris Latner.
Okay.
Last year at this time was all talking about how great his MLIR thing was because you could like do scene graph. They didn't call it scene graphs, but like you could do scene graphs for AI. And I was just like, no, guys, none of this is going to work out. It's all a disaster.
The eternally unlearnable lesson, right?
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, so the reason that I think, so the core problem you're trying to solve, and the one that determines whether or not I call it an IM GUI or not, is can you just run some code on your side to output the current state of the UI, and you never have to think about whether or not some previous thing you said will make the UI like appear different, right? So you can just say one pass, here's what the UI should look like, and that is what the UI will look like, right? So that's, Qt can't do that, right? Like it doesn't work because even if you wanted to delete the whole UI and recreate it from scratch, it wouldn't work because the widgets can't transfer their state, right? So even if somehow you did that, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
So the reason I like the command buffer approach is because with the command buffer approach, you can actually do all of the things that I want to be able to do. If you make the command buffer, you can then just render the command buffer if you just want to make a traditional normal UI. But you can also use the command buffer approach to just make your UI work on anything else. So for example, I have done this exact thing with Qt. So there are people who are using Qt for a thing, and I wanted to make something that could actually output a UI to it, and I didn't want it to suck.
Yeah.
So what you do is you just you run your thing into the immediate mode, it outputs the command buffer, and then I just wrote a piece of code that is literally just like the diff and merge code that iterates over Qt's side and my side at the same time, making the updates, right?
All right.
And so then I'm like, all right, here, you wanted a Qt, there you go, you got it. And so to me, it's like the command buffer is like the universal solvent. Like it's like the thing that you can do that just gives you the thing that you then can hack however you want. And of course, I would prefer it to be nice and clean, so we just render it after that and we're good. But if you hand me something disgusting, like in the case in point, like HTML, right? Yeah. It still works. So you can still use that same approach, and then you can just write the grease routine, and then you're good, right? So I'm a fan. That's my whole pitch.
Okay, I will keep that in mind as an approach. I am not sold on this, but if I run into if I run into a problem that it solves, now I will have a thing to think of to solve it, right? So
yes.
Okay. Thank you for the update. You should do, I shouldn't tell you what to do because you have a trillion things to do, but I think people would appreciate an immediate mode update lecture, right? It might take too much effort to like prepare that correctly or something.
So the Star Code Galaxy section on UI has all this stuff in it.
Okay.
So as soon as that class gets up to that point of me finishing the polishing on the videos, I could point people to it, but I just have not had a chance to do that. But it's in there, right? Even the text mode one that I showed you works that way.
Oh yeah,
and it's a very small. It's a very small number of lines of code, right? If you do it properly, it can be very minimal, and it's fine.
Cool. All right, man. Thanks for the update.
Good luck with the UI.
Yes. See you later, man.
Take it easy.
All right, does my camera still work? It does. Okay. Well, I will think about command buffer situations. In the meantime, let me at least, I kind of want to take a break soon. But let me at least figure out this vertical. Oh, we have to fix these explosions. And I think I'm going to fix them by, we have to fix those before break. Those cannot stand. So in UI end here, we're doing this thing where we say adjust to contents. So is my theory correct that those... Oh, wait. Almost everybody says true? That's whack. Let me just turn that off. Yeah, there's a few things I have to fix. So like this window, its width does not match what it is visually for some reason. I don't know. So let's see. I feel like actually that adjust to contents was doing more work than I thought. So let's investigate. Yeah, so this is sort of... I actually don't know I don't know what's happening here. Okay, so we are definitely using the adjust to contents for these windows. I can okay. If the rest of this UI code were sane and resolution independent, I could adapt it, but I'm not going to do that right now. I at least, like, I've been doing all this over the weekend. I've been revamping the whole UI, so I don't want to like super break something that someone's depending on. So the question is, what's different? Oh, now Lister, because I turned off adjusted contents. That's actually useful to know. So if I turn on Lister panel, it is indeed going to be way too ass big, right? Yeah, it's gonna grow. The buttons are too big anyway. So what does Lister panel do that other people don't do? It picks the width based on. See, the code is assuming it's not ever going to change. Okay. It's making these things proportional to the overall width of the thing. And then it's adding more. Yeah. So what do I do about? Let's just make the Lister panel not. I could say UI end with adjusted contents false. Does that fix it? It probably does. But it might also be an inappropriate size, but we can just size it. Like Lister panel needs to get rewritten because the Lister panel from the witness had way more stuff. Ugh. Like this layout is just weird, but this width is fine for what the fonts are and stuff. Okay, yeah, we'll deal with these later. It's ugly, but it's functional. We're not really, I don't see the scroll bar. Hold on. It's like these tabs on top are, we have two tabs and the icon and then scroll bar. Yep. Minus scroll bar width and then number of nodes. Num modes. Okay. Whoops. Like those buttons are way too huge. I don't know how they got so huge. They're dude huge. Okay, so Lister scene. I still don't see the frickin' scroll bar, dude. It's probably... Oh, because... Oh, this has a manual margin as well. That's probably not good. Let's make Lister panel have outer margin width of 0. Just because it's not really designed to have that. Although, again, like, see, we're not doing something right. We are not doing something right. Let's just... What happens if I do this. Do we see a scroll bar? We do see a scroll bar. Except it's not correct vertically. Okay, so we are relying on... This is what I don't get about the way this code was written. If we aren't relying on the layout height, okay. So the scroll bar, because it's being added last, is using the content height, I think. Do. What happens if I do this for a second? So we could use the y coordinate version. Yeah, this is okay. I'm going to redesign this whole window later. So for now, we're just going to let it's going to have like more modes up here, and these buttons aren't going to be so ginormous and stuff. So let's just do the vertical. Make adjust b and enum question mark. Okay, adjust to contents. Set panel extents. This is kind of gross. We'll fix it in post. Extents. All right. Okay. So, scene and scene. There we go. We have a scroll bar. We're letting it size vertically, but not horizontally. I think that is what I prefer for this window. It's all good. Okay. We can have an enum to control that later if we want. Now, do we do the same thing on anim? I think so. Whoops. UI end. Now this window might not be wide enough at startup now, but we just make it bigger. Okay. Animation panel. Yeah, that first frame like is a little weird, but yeah, okay, this is fine. This is fine. Like this, see, the fact that these are overlapping and stuff is just that like these numbers were hard-coded for a display that is not the display of my resolution, and let's try to fix that. Playback speed, W. Yeah, this 120, this is bullshit. Bullshit. But again, the UI, like this was copied from other code that did it wrong too. So I don't blame whoever did this. It's just, that's the problem is if you don't make things, if you don't make the examples good early on, people will propagate the things you don't want to do. And then it gives you more code janitoring to do later. 8, like you don't need that much of a number to type in a playback speed. Yeah, okay. So animation panel. There we go. Here it is. Wait, what did I edit? I changed W. Oh, that's the speed for this. And then I think the problem is this is just hard coded to be really big. W equals my width minus W. It's not. So this should be UI.available space first of all, because then though. Let's just see. Does anyone else use W? So we're actually just going to put padding here. Available space. Like, I think we just do this, actually. I think that's how that's designed. Available space. What is it called? Available width. Heisenberg, gotta fix it. Is this multi-monitor capable? Yes, someone on the team made it run in multiple windows. Right now, we happen to draw all these editor windows on the same window, but that is it's a pretty small change. Okay, so what were we doing? Anim window. Oh, now it's all over the whole thing. Okay, so the text did not eat available width for some reason. Oh, because, okay, this is pad. Okay, I said, if you say same line with the width, yeah, I don't like that function. That function needs to be changed to have different defaults. There we go. That is what you want. That is better. It doesn't need to be that much of a pad actually, but what does controls mean? That was pretty weird how that like opened out, but oh, I could play animations on the, oh wow, I can do it in the editor. That's cool. I could like, uh-oh. That was not a good assertion. Anyway. Jump. Jump. Cool. Cool. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, this is using these buttons, by the way. Talk about mixing. It's using the layout UI system, but then I think it's using these buttons directly. Anyway, That's cool. This probably should just be radio buttons. Okay, we don't, again, we don't see the scroll bar. How do we decide the button width there? List width is M24, scroll bar width is M.5. You know what? This is really horrible. This will not suffice for the long term. Whoops. What did I just do? Oh, I didn't close this. Okay. Okay. Animation panel. Boom. It doesn't like me selecting the thief for some reason. That's pretty weird. Okay. I can't see the scroll bar. Does it draw the scroll bar? Oh, you know, it's just not that's very weird. Oh, hold on. Okay. Still not seeing. See, we're cutting off like the outer margin and everything. It's very weird. Do I know about the Twitch auto mod feature? I don't care about the Twitch. Look, Twitch should fix the problem. They shouldn't export the labor of fixing the problem to me and every other streamer, okay? If they want to fix the problem, they can fix the problem. I'm not going to... I'm too busy programming, guys. Like... You got to have priorities sometimes. Okay. I think the weird slow growing thing is because of the scroll bar growing and not the buttons or the margin. That's because of the margin growing. Like these buttons aren't hooked into this layout system because they're these buttons. So like, anyway. Okay, that's not good. Somebody is going to have a discussion. This window is not, you should not be able to crash the game by clicking a button when nothing is selected. Is it because nothing was selected, or no? The guy was selected. No animation was, yeah. Okay, let's fix that. Nothing to do with the UI, but we'll do it anyway. Okay. Anim. Select a dude. Whoops. Select a dude, I said. Oh, this window is so weird. We're going to have to attack it later. Okay. Not crashing, not crashing. Good. Then we select the animations. Okay. So why, like, what is going on here? Are we drawing the scroll bar? Okay, so this my width stuff doesn't know about the margins. Okay. Because, like, if you're indented and stuff, this is wrong, right? It's called available width, not available space. I know that. Not width, width. Okay. Animation panel. Boom. There, we see the scroll bar. How nice. It's got a margin. We don't seem to have a bottom margin correctly. Anyway, though, it's good enough for now. We'll worry about bottom margin some other time. Like, I think we're going to change these buttons to be like tech. I don't know. Like, I do think these should be like left justified so that the names frickin' line up when they have the same prefixes and whatever, because it'll be easier to read. Maybe I can do that right here. Button. Oh, this is on the list, the selection list. That's a thing I haven't even looked at. Let's say this takes an alignment or something. No, it doesn't. That's just text fields. Labels. Text input boxes. Buttons do not support alignment. Well, that is but. Let's do that. It's bothering me. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay. Okay, align is, we're going to default to center because I don't know who else is using this, but does anyone else call? Someone else probably does it. Selection list. Yeah, a couple other people. We'll just do this for now. And that's a check button. This is all going to have to change eventually. Let's fix this right now. Okay. Hopefully nobody calls that with 0 explicitly. Doesn't look like it. Let's just check light map panel really fast. Nope. Okay, great. So this draw button then goes align. And then this draw button, honestly, this should be on the frickin' button theme. I don't know what I'm thinking, but for now it's going to be a parameter. We'll clean it up later. So draw label does have align. Okay. No, oh, no, align minus align. No, align equals. Okay. Possible overloads. that has a line, but this other one, oh, this other one also has a line. This takes a theme. Oh, this takes a label theme. Let's just, oh, this already has an, duh. All right. GG's, undeclared identifier align. Align. Oh, I put that in the return values, guys. I am a silly Billy. Okay, this is not going to change anything because we did not actually pass anything, but whoa, okay, we were processing some shaders there or something. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, great. Our frame rate is real low right now. Oh, I broke things, guys. All our buttons are totally hosed. Okay, you know what? We're going to take this opportunity to do this the right way anyway, because I was just saying this shouldn't be a parameter. Actually, maybe it was the unprovided float thing. Let's see. Oh, geez. I broke it so bad. You know what? I bet somebody else has defaults of 0 and passes them in. Right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We've got things happening. Okay. So, yes, let's try again. Let's try again. Button style. Text alignment. Default button theme. Alignment equals dot center, not Setner. All right, button theme. Alignment is a text alignment. Actually, let's just do this. So, when we do the button label, that is, we don't, instead of passing it as a parameter, we have this theme, we have the label, and we say theme.alignment. Now this still shouldn't change anything yet. Anim. Boom. Okay. It's drawing them. Now, we will put, we're going to want like a margin here. Let's see. Because it's going to be like the left and right alignment are like... They're too hard by default. Okay, but we'll try it. So when we go to animation viewer panel, we're going to go... Oh, no, we're going to go to selection list info. Info.alignment equals dot left. Okay. And then where does this get drawn? This is in selection list. Theme equals it dot alignment. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're left justified. It is way too frickin' hard of a left justify, but dare I say it is more readable because you can see the common prefixes and all that stuff. Okay. One. Right. Actually, let's I'm starting to get tired from not having enough sleep again, so we may take a stream break soon, but we're going to get this done. We're going to get her done. So the padding, align. You know, I used to dread UI work, but now that I'm a better, faster programmer than I've ever been, I can get so much UI work done in like a couple days that like we're just taking a UI weekend, and at the end of this weekend, the UI is going to be so drastically better for this part of the editor that like it's totally worth it and it feels good. So I used to hate editor stuff, but part of hating editor stuff is having to use an editor with a sucky UI all the time for years because you didn't do this. So it's good that we're doing it. Could have done it sooner. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we got to put this on button theme. Alignment pad M's is 1.0. Now we need to use that. We need to use that. Draw label. So I think I already have a padding. Draw label. We don't. Is it text origin? Let's see. Theme.alignment. Alignment pad M's. Did I say in M's? I don't know. Okay. So text origin is the thing that actually does this. I swear I did this though. Oh, I did it on the text input, and I think I manually subtracted it at that point. Okay. Okay. Margin. Oh. Yes. So right justify. Yep. This right margin can be put into button theme, etc. Okay. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Now on the text input, that was calling text origin. Here, yes. Why was that? Is that really it? But this stuff was right justified, so how are we getting... I don't know, dude. Okay, draw label. Yeah. I feel like I obliterated a thing that was good. Okay. So, animation panel. Thinger. Okay, we've got a padding on the left. It is success. It is called success of success of successes. That is great. I don't know what this controls is supposed to be, but okay, good. Good, 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 good. So these guys are no longer padded. So we do brush options. We go input float. That's in this file, right? No, where is that? I guess it's in your, yeah. Input float, that's the thing that I was just doing. And then I guess that has the right justify in it. So we're calling input text. With this. Where is the right justify happening? There, I see. I see. That's all we need. Okay. Whoa. That's... Oh, because we're saying M.5 and that's being turned into M's. Double M. We have double image because there aren't units. Our space lander has crashed. Okay, there we go. It's actually... It's just a little much. 38 special. It's a little too, like, if I were making this for me, I might pad it out that far, but the art team has been grumpy about that kind of thing, so I don't want to give them too big of a change. All right, great. Great. This is all good. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to start doing more. We're going to investigate why there's so much padding here. Maybe I'll do that off stream. I don't know. We're going to pad this stuff. And then I don't know. And then I think we'll just go through all these things and apply colors to various sections that don't have them or whatever. Actually, these ones, before we go, let's just do this. Because that's the same situation where you want to see the prefixes. Material panel. We go filters. And then this info. It's like, it's one of these info tanglers, right? Info. Yeah. Okay. How many people are in the art team? Like, I don't know, 4 or 5. Something like that. Lister, no, not Lister. Materials panel. Boom. Much better. Much better. Inconsistent naming on these. Lol. Okay. So, yeah, when we come back, we will continue. We will continue the situation. How is the pipeline to get materials in? Yeah, they make them in Maya. You can make them here too. I mean, you say, how do you say? You can say save copy, save child is how you make them here. Actually, I guess they're all made here now. They were historically made in Maya, but we don't really do that anymore. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming by. I'm going to hang up. We're not going to raid anyone. I'm just going to take a break. When I come back, we will do more things. Thanks, everybody.